Hello, hello. Can everybody hear me okay today? Hello. Testing different microphone configuration. I need to increase my volume here. Let's see. Hello. Uh-oh. Okay. Let's go to put it up to 100, and then I'll lower this volume. Hello? 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 Hello, hello? Hello, everybody. Do you hear me okay? Actually, that might be a little bit, my voice might be a little too loud now. Bump down that volume there. Go down to like 80%. Okay, that's good, I think. Hello. Thanks, now it's not redlining as bad. Do I sound good? Hello, can everybody hear me? Hello to everybody that is tuning in today. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'm currently trying to figure out a way that I can have my microphone wireless so I can do a few things while I talk to you guys. Oh, let me see here. Refreshing some of these cameras. I'll get them on auto refresh here in a second. Looks like one of my cams actually went down though. Thank you to everybody that's tuning in today. Glad to see you guys. AC says good morning, Nemico. Good morning to you, AC. Good morning to everybody today. Glad to see you guys hanging out this this fine morning. Again, wish it could be under better circumstances. Seen a lot of activity on Cam 3 over the past 12 or so hours. A lot of trucks, a lot of military trucks and stuff going through that area. Right on, right on. Yeah, I'll try to take questions and comments and stuff from the chat over the course of the day as much as I can. Hold on, I'm gonna see if my audio sounds good here. Oh wow, it sounds good. Awesome. It's good to know you guys can hear me well. Papu said, didn't know I was on Nemico. Well, here I am. Suz for keeps. Thank you so much for tuning in. Sonia, thank you for tuning in today. Thank you guys so much for stopping by the stream today. Again, I'm coming to you guys on a wireless microphone currently, so I can get some other things done here while I talk to you guys. So if my audio sounds a little bit janky at times because of that. In fact, when I go to mute my microphone, we might have a little bit of clicking, I noticed. A little poppy clickness, a little feedback sound. Hope that won't be a problem. I don't think it will be, but we'll work through it. I got, I have the live chat open, at least the YouTube live chat open here on my phone. However, it's not wanting to update here. I'm going to see if I can get the Restream chat open, because the Restream chat shows both YouTube and Twitch chats at once. Nativo, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for those words there. Again, glad to have you tuning into the stream today. Just kind of getting going here. I just started the stream a little short while ago. like a pretty sunny day out where I'm at today on the East Coast. Hope everybody else has some good weather where they're tuning in from today. Weather's looking, kind of okay in Ukraine today. Little cloudy in a few areas. There was some spotty sun so far. It's only about 5:41 p.m. So sun will be going down shortly though. Couple spots of sun today over Ukraine, but for the most part it's been a little bit cloudy, but it's been a pleasant day overall. I think it's been a little bit more lax in the news department when it comes to strikes that have occurred. However, we do have a busy report for you guys tonight lined up with all the news from the past 24 to 48 hours or so. Zeus for Keep says, please record your report. I will. I record every report. We upload and record every single report. Last night we did not have one. That's why you don't see a report recorded. But don't worry, Zeus. I will make sure to have one recorded for you. I'm doing it an hour early tonight. It's going to be 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, aka 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. Ukraine time will be that report tonight. What me worry, thank you so much for tuning in. Says Cam 8, someone stole the back of the white truck. Interesting. Oh yeah, I've seen quite a bit of activity on that camera over the past few days. That camera's located in Kharkiv. In fact, Cam, what is that, 9? Yeah, Cam 9, 8 and 9 are both in Kharkiv. Cam 4 is Kiev Oblast. Cam 5 is Kiev Oblast. I haven't labeled them yet, sorry guys. I have a few of them labeled. I got Cam 1 and 2 labeled, Kharkiv, Kramatorsk. The top 2 are Chernivtsi, those top left 2, Cam 7 and Cam 6. Is Tiro Hat, thank you so much for subscribing there. Not sure if that was on YouTube or if that was on Twitch, but either way, thank you so much for tuning in. And I believe that was on YouTube. Thank you so much for subscribing today. Glad to have you on board. All right. I'm gonna test my Restream chat here, make sure that's running. Oh yeah, okay. See if I can get that going, because then I can see all of your guys' chats at one time. I think it's working. Give me some chats, guys. Got it open here. Let me some chats though. Gotta get some chats flowing here. Is that, or I'm logged into the? No, I'm pretty sure this is the right place. So far, not seeing any chats showing up in it though. That's weird. I've never used it on phone before. Oh, there we go. Now they're coming in. Awesome. So I should be able to then. I should be able to keep an eye on your guys' chats no matter where I'm at. Able to see those there. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get the auto refresh rocking and rolling on the stream here, so that those cameras can stay automatically refreshed. They refresh about once every 5 minutes, but they're refreshing now as I just started the process here. A few of them that have a couple issues that I got to sort out, but for the most part it's been a pretty redundant system. Quite a few cams have gone down over the past few days. We've had quite a lot of cameras going down in different areas of Ukraine. Of course, it is the norm. That's kind of just what we've been dealing with lately. What me worry says, that's a joke. Totally passed right over my head, man. Again, I'm kind of just waking up here. It's still morning where I'm at. Still kind of getting the sleep out of my eyes here. Were you referring to the white? Oh, the white van there. The white. I think it's like a Sprinter van, isn't it? Utility van. Wise Max, thank you so much for following on Twitch there. Anderson Riviera says, any word on TARP on Tartman. Sorry if the question isn't allowed. No, I appreciate the question. I like your enthusiasm. However, Nightbot disagrees. Tartman, are you speaking to that cam, the Odessa tarp cams? If so, those are still down. Every single cam on that out of that area is still down out of that construction site that we were using. I think the company that was hosting those cams on that construction site got wind that people were using them for these streams, and pulled the plug on it. Guess I can, hold on, I think I can press, yeah, I can press play manually on that one, and then that should pop back up. Cam 4, I believe that was, yeah. I wish I had, like, AR glasses, because if I had AR glasses, I could, like, just be doing stuff and read your guys' chats, and then be able to, like, just, you know, reply to them without having to have a phone in my hand. That kind of sucks sometimes. But it's the best I can get right now. James R, thank you so much for tuning in. He says, "Sup guys, looks like this channel is it for me in the fight against troll farms. I got into a fight with Lee Wheelbarger on KLW News because he was drunk and harping on election conspiracies." Interesting. Yeah, I try to keep things as unbiased and, again, as neutral as I possibly can here. And, you know, instead of focusing on, you know, what I got going on, I like to, you know, at least for these streams, right? I like to focus on, you know, what you guys have to say, what you're asking in the chat, what's going on in Ukraine, you know. Try to focus on what's going on in the immediate present moment, not worrying about what I'm doing, etc. No, I got to hand it to a lot of the other streamers, including KLW over there. They have a decent operation, and there's quite a few other really good streamers out there that have been doing a great job at you know, helping in the effort, so to speak, aiding in the effort. But you know, they have their flaws. Some of them have their flaws, right? I wish a lot of them would try to be a little bit more unbiased in their operations, but for the most part, you know, it's a good thing. I think, you know, there's these other streamers out there that are offering kind of the same you know, platform that we're offering here, kind of like the 24/7 cam streams. That's what most of them do. Some of them also throw in some reporting there. And that's good, because that's what this is about. It's about the idea that we can all, you know, lend into the reporting. We can all aggregate the information. But again, James, thank you so much for tuning in. Glad to have you in the stream today. Glad to have you in the chat. Papua, so YouTube, guys, just so you know, YouTube automatically holds chats that have, like, any type of profanity in them. It automatically hides them, and then, like, a moderator or me would have to, like, manually click the show button. Like, if it's not, like, you know, if it's not like a, you know, a toxic message or something, right? Like sorry, I can't pronounce your name there. He says, can you explain who the fuck is Patrick Lancaster, right? Valid question, but YouTube hides it, right, because he used the F word, right, which is not really a big deal, but it is, because nobody's going to be able to see your chat unless I go on there and click the show button. And when I'm doing other stuff, like working on other things, or you know, managing different parts of the stream, I can't always click show on those. So, you know, again, you know, just make sure it's not us that hide those messages. That's YouTube that automatically hides them for approval. But Papu says he is a pro-Russian. How come they don't already kill him, Russian side? So here's the thing: is he's Western. He touts himself as a Western journalist, right? But really, he's a Russian journalist. Okay, you know, he is from the States. He does have some history in the West, right? But for the most part, he's been in Russia. He's been in the DPR since prior to 2014, if I'm not mistaken. Has a wife over there, etc., and definitely comes from a pro-Russian viewpoint when it comes to his reporting. That's been very clear. Some other people have speculated that he could be part of the like a communist party over there, and that he's politically affiliated, not just a journalist, but he's kind of politically motivated in what he does. However, I don't like to jump to assumptions. You know, the guy has balls. I gotta give it to him. He has balls for being on the ground there in, you know, a lot of people, they don't really respect Patrick Lancaster. You know, they put him off again. It's like I'm just a propagandist, which he is, I would say, in many regards, right? Many aspects. But the thing is, he does have balls for being on the ground there and reporting. You know, even if he is coming from that pro-Russian side of things, it does take a fair amount of guts to go into a war zone like that, report on what's going on, especially when you're kind of coming from a pro-Western side of things, like, not pro-Western, but when he's claiming to be Western, that's kind of a dangerous situation for him. As James R. says, though, Patrick Lancaster is well protected. Yeah, I agree. He does probably have an escort because he's a valuable asset for the Russians, for the Russian media machine. He's an extremely extremely valuable asset. Pocky, thank you so much for tuning in today. Moonshine Exec, thank you so much for tuning in today. Glad to see you guys tuning in to the show. That one camera for some reason keeps not wanting to behave. Cam 4 it is. Not out of Margariv. In fact, really quickly I have to move that label there. I'm gonna move that right down here because this bottom camera, Cam 3, is Margariv. All right, Odessa is Cam 10. I'll get these all labeled at some point when I get a chance today. I got a really busy day lined up for me, so I'm gonna have to try to juggle a few things so I can get a few of those, you know, small things done here on the stream, like labeling things. Pocky says, I want to imagine the tunnels under Mariupol are vast. SLAVA, Ukraine. Yeah, I believe they are under that. At least the Avastol steel plant has a very complex tunnel system underneath it. Wincho, thank you so much for subscribing, man. Much appreciated. Michelle says, what are we doing? Are we having a report now? No, we're having reports tonight, Friday night reports. Tonight I'm actually starting an hour early. We're going to be going from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, aka 3 a.m. Ukraine time to 5 a.m. Ukraine time. I'm just kind of hanging out with you guys here today, answering questions, reading your comments, etc. Going over maybe just some micro reports here and there. But I'm sporadically away from keyboard, so today we're coming at you on a wireless microphone. So while I'm doing some other stuff, I can be able to talk to you guys and read some of your questions. Even I got Restream chat open on my phone, so I can quickly glance at it and be like, "Hey, I'll answer your question." You know. Pocky says, "Nice graphic close to the situation room, visualizes the tunnels." Yes, in fact, I've had many people send that over. I'll show that tonight on the report. If you guys remind me. I'll try to remember, but I'm going to kind of go into depth on that. We'll kind of talk about the tunnels underneath the Avastol. Again, thank you guys so much for tuning in today. Right now we got cameras coming out of Ukraine. I have quite a few on screen here. We have a few backup cams too. However, this one in cam 4 is having some issues, so I might have to swap him out. Yeah, in fact, I think what we're going to do is we're going to take this one. I believe this is also Kivka, maybe? I don't know. I'll get a fix on that here in a second. However, we're going to keep that one over top, though, I think, for now, because it isn't freezing as much as that other one is. I'll have to relabel those here shortly. Pocky says, oh, different mic. I thought your morning voice was pleasant. Yeah, no, I still have the morning voice, definitely. I'm still kind of waking up here, but no, I'm coming through the same microphone, just wirelessly. I actually have it wired in through my phone. And I'm relaying that audio into OBS remotely, so I can kind of do a few things here while talking to you guys at the same time. So one of the reasons I haven't been able to be on here more often is because I got a lot of other stuff I have to attend to, and so being able to juggle all of that can be a problem at times. So this way today, you know, I'm trying it out, doing a little experiment here, trying it out, and seeing if I can maybe kind of answer questions and talk to you guys a little bit more while I'm doing some other things. I think what I'll do is just like every few minutes or so, I'll just take a peek at Restream chat, go through it, as questions come in over the course of the day, or as people make comments, I'll do my best to answer them. Sometimes we're gonna have to refresh it though. Joseph Smith, thank you so much for tuning in. Glad to have you here today. Hugo, thank you so much. Says hello, Nemico, again from Los Angeles. SLAVA, UKRAINI. Thank you so much, Hugo. You're a repeat viewer. Thank you so much for tuning in today. We're gonna see how well this wireless mic thing works today. I have a feeling it might work out pretty well. Be able to stay in the chat. I'll be able to stay in the stream most of the day and be able to answer questions and stuff. That's the plan here, as much as I possibly can. So when I mute the microphone, we have a little bit of a scratchy noise. Let's see how bad that is. Fancy Hats Repository, thank you so much for tuning in today. Good morning to you as well. I haven't got a chance yet to reply to everybody's PMs here. I'm still kind of waking up on my end, but give me time and I'll get to you, and also we'll get your mod stuff for Discord squared away. I know it's been a few days. I've been swamped here. Joseph Smith says, "Is the war over?" Not yet, unfortunately. Not yet. I feel like we have a ways to go in that department. We'll see, though. Okay, so there I just tried to mute my microphone. Hope that didn't sound too bad for you guys. There's like a little bit of a scratchiness when I manually mute that, I've noticed today. It's the only downside. Papu Papu says, the sound of you is quite good. That's good to hear. Thank you for that, Papu. Yeah, again, for coming wirelessly, I thought it was going to sound a lot worse than we are. That's Repository says, no worries, I just slept for 3 hours. I had like 6, I think, 5 or 6 hours. Definitely not as much sleep as I wanted to get last night, but I'm glad I was able to get at least a few hours in. Moms with RA says a really good question actually. It says, what do you think of Ukraine propaganda of Kaliningrad breaking away from Russia? Are they more serious than in the past? Yeah, I heard of that just yesterday or the day before yesterday. I started hearing the reports coming out of the Kaliningrad separation. I'm not sure what to think about that. That's definitely a pretty significant development because if they do end up wanting to break away, Russia's not going to let that happen. Russia's definitely going to make a fuss about that. So we'll have to see what comes of that whole situation. So the cams are auto-refreshing at this moment, guys. So let's see if it works properly this time. Papu says, you say my name good? I'm just bringing you up in QC. Where's QC? Let me think here. Don't tell me. QC, Quebec? No. Is it Quebec? I guess it's Quebec. Grandma Daniel says, can you tell me what happened to the cameras in Mariupol and other cities everyone stated out on their stream, started out with on their streams? Yeah, a lot of them have been either taken down by Russian forces or are down because of internet loss or power outages. There's many different factors which go into that. one of the cameras didn't successfully reboot there, so I'll have to fix that. Kind of an everyday battle sometimes. Oh yeah, guys, sorry. We have the Ukraine anthem playing, and I couldn't hear it, so it cleared the rig, but I didn't see that the Ukraine anthem was playing. Who says yes? Quebec. Awesome, I knew it. All right. So yeah, again, sorry. Had that every hour we get the Ukrainian national anthem, guys, and if I'm not paying attention to the time, I might accidentally talk through the anthem, as I just did just now. So apologies for that. One of our cameras actually did not reboot successfully, so I'll just go like this and go like this and take it back down there myself. Nice. That looks good. Yeah, I've seen a lot of activity on that cam there. Pocky says, we can't hear your audio over the anthem, just barely, FYI. I know. Sorry, just, I forgot. Again, guys, every hour the anthem plays on schedule, so, I'm, again, on the wireless microphone today, so if I'm away from the rig and not looking at the time, I'll accidentally talk over it, like what just happened there, so I'll have to keep an eye on the time as best as I can. Again, guys, just a heads up, I know quite a few people, in fact, I'm going to get this, I'll get like a bot message, an auto message that like has like the live chat rules and tips in it. I haven't set that up yet, but in case you guys don't know, YouTube auto hides any live chat messages that have profanity in them. They also auto hide messages that have, or at least my Nightbot auto hides messages that have like multiple emojis in them and stuff. So if you guys are leaving a message, don't worry, it's not the mods removing your messages. It's usually YouTube or the bot, like looking for spam. So, just so you guys know that. I just saw a message from Bernadette there, a nice SLAVA UKRAINI with some emojis in it, but the bot shot it down because there was too many emojis on there. Pocky says, Nightbot is so snarky. I love it. Do you program in response sentences? Some of them, but for the most part, Nightbot has its own responses built in. Astrid, thank you so much for tuning in. Katie, thank you so much for tuning in today from Sweden, she says. Marianne, thank you so much for tuning in today. Glad to have you on the stream. Again, about a few hours away from sundown here in Ukraine. It's about almost 6 o'clock now, on the 6 o'clock hour. If I'm not mistaken, yep, 6:05 p.m. Bloombo, thank you so much for tuning in. Says hello from Minnesota. Astrid, thank you so much for tuning in. Sweet baby Jesus, thank you so much for tuning in today. Glad to see you on the stream, guys. Glad to see you guys tuning in from so many different countries today. Andy says, hello, Arizona Andy here. Well, thank you so much for tuning back in, Andy. Glad to see you today. I often see people say, hey, SBJ, in the chat. Like, who's SBJ? And I just realized it's Sweet Baby Jesus. Sweet Baby Jesus. Thank you so much for tuning back in today. Fantasy Hatch Repository says, I haven't seen a Ukrainian sunset in a few weeks. Well, I think it's been a few days for me since I've seen a good Ukrainian sunset. I've seen a lot of Ukrainian sunrises, though. Again, I'm not really sure if that's Russian or Ukrainian. Seprin, I think I called you Seprin before, but I know you're a return chatter here in the stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. He says, hi all. Thank you so much for tuning in today. GH says, Kyle from West Herzegovina? Govina? I'm not sure exactly where that's from, GH, but thank you so much for tuning in. Yeah, I'm just going to call him Seprin. I'm not exactly sure what the actual pronunciation of that is. Again, not sure if that's Ukrainian or Ukrainian and Russian. I know there's a few tricks to easily tell between the two, but I didn't see any of the signs that would point towards either one of the other languages being used there in that name. So if you could give us an insightful comment on that, that would be appreciated. Yeah, currently about 11 a.m. here on the East Coast. About a busy day ahead of both us here on the stream and myself here. Destrocher124, thank you so much for tuning in. Says, what's the dog doing? The dog's been chilling there for quite a while. Been watching that dog actually for a few weeks now. But saw some interesting activity on that cam earlier. That's why it's up there now. Cam's near Kiev, west of Kiev. But watching that doggo has been pretty entertaining. Kind of a lighthearted contrast to this dull, very drab and dark event that is happening in Ukraine. But some interesting activity also. There's an audio source off of that camera So I've kept that up on one of my other monitors for quite some time. But earlier today, I saw some interesting activity on there. Wasn't sure how to place it. That's why it's up there now. Yeah, Pocky, we'll be talking about those tunnel systems tonight on the report. Actually, I believe, and I kind of go over that that diagram that people have sent over of those tunnels. Kind of talk a little bit about that. Semperin says there's a message that they began to advance in Nikolaev slowly, and this is in the direction of Odessa. Yeah, they have actually been pushing westward, you know, near Kherson. In that region, they've been pushing westward, I've noticed. Almost as if they aren't planning to give up Odessa. But again, we're going to have to wait and see on that. I think, again, they're going to have to really, like, lock down Mariupol and the Donbass before they start trying to make moves on Odessa. That's my speculation there. Is because they really need all their forces consolidated in the Donbass. They need to capture the Donbass before they can move on Odessa. They also, of course, they need to finish up in Mariupol, where they have not yet fully taken control over that Avastal plant and the surrounding area. There are still soldiers there. In fact, I've seen conflicting reports, you know, of videos from these Ukrainian fighters there they're stubborn. They're not going to give up. They're just like, yep, we're gonna. They want to get the civilians out and stuff, but no, we're gonna keep fighting. Like, we're not going anywhere. A few of them. I've seen a few of those videos over the past 24 hours. Again, you know, not sure if those are 100% confirmed, concrete videos, or if it's some kind of maybe propaganda or something. But I've seen a few of those videos of Ukrainian fighters saying, "Yeah, we're not going anywhere. We're gonna stay, and we're gonna fight till basically the last man." They want to get civilians out. They want to get the people out of there, you know, that want to leave. We'll see what happens. I actually have not looked over the past like 8 hours of news yet. Again, since I just woke up a while ago, we got the cam stream up in operation here. But I'm going to start getting myself kind of briefed, so to speak, on what's going on for tonight's report. And we got quite a bit of reports and news that's been aggregated by the community, by our community members, and so they're still hard at work at this moment, scouring the open source intelligence sources that we have for some of that news and reporting that we will compile and then bring to you guys later this evening for that 8 to 10 p.m. nightly report which we're having tonight. Okay, so those cams are auto-refreshing again. So we'll see if they're able to, successfully do that or not. Firebug, thank you so much for tuning in today. He says, interesting question. He says, I haven't seen much discussion about what will happen when or if Russia completes a takeover of Ukraine. I wonder if Ukraine will regroup somewhere else and try to take it back with other allies. Yeah, there's been speculation to that. Speculation that Ukraine will be divided, of course. That's the first most likely scenario, is that it'll be divided between West and East Ukraine. East Ukraine will be absorbed into Russia. West Ukraine will remain Ukraine. There's also been speculation that Poland would annex Western Ukraine in a bid to defend the last portion of that of the country there. However, again, that's all speculative. Yeah, again, that one camera. Why is that one camera having issues? I'll have to get to the bottom of that here. Yeah. Interesting. It only does it like every few times. It has that issue there. Oh well. Fix that here shortly. Hockey says, geez, the news ticker says Mike Tyson punched another plane passenger. Wow, that's a punch. Yeah, I don't, I worry for that plane passenger. But, again, that would be a hell of a punch. Receive, especially while you're on your nice casual flight to your destination. Mr. Ghost says, watching from Philippines. Love you, Ukraine. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Ghost, for tuning in today. Glad to have you watching and following along here on the stream. Again, we're gonna have reports tonight, Friday from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Time, aka 3 a.m. Ukraine time to 5 a.m. Ukraine time. I do like to at least try to cater to some of those people in Europe, across the pond from us here. Us here in the United States. But 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. Ukraine time, about the best I could muster up for you guys over there. That is, again, 8 to 10 p.m. my time here on the East Coast, Eastern Standard Time. Can't wait to see everybody tuning in tonight. We're going to have a nice show tonight. Quite a few topics I've already aggregated from you guys here in the live chat. Over the course of the day, as I'm hanging out with you guys, I'll keep note of, the things people are requesting to hear about later, and maybe we'll cover a few of those topics when we have our nightly report this evening. Mr. Ghost says it's 11:19 p.m. here, so you're about to probably go to sleep then, eh, Mr. Ghost? Unless you're a night owl, of course. Very beautiful sunset here on our Kharkiv coke plant. The auto refresher is about to get that up on screen here for you. Fancy Hat says, sent you a playlist with some activity from that camp. Roger that. I'll take a look. I'll take a look at some point here. I'm actually not directly at the rig here. I'm looking at the live chat on my phone. I'll get some other work done here. But I will check that as soon as I can. Is that on the Cam 4 that activity occurred? I'll take it. Katie says, I am from the Netherlands, 7:20 p.m. here. Thank you so much, Katie, for tuning back in, again from the Netherlands. But it's wonderful there in the Netherlands, 7:20 p.m. there. Hockey says, I haven't heard anything about the zoo animals in so long. I'm pretty sure they're, for the most, are you talking about the Mariupol zoo animals or just in general? zoo animals in Ukraine? Because I know there's been many evacuation and rescue efforts conducted. I would imagine a lot of them managed to make it out. I know there was some that didn't, but hopefully, I mean, majority made it out. Some of the areas that were hit hardest. Sky Ash says, whatever happened to the Kiev stream? Well, earlier in the conflict, right, I would say maybe about a month ago, Kiev, for the city center of Kiev, they issued an order. So basically in the immediate city around, you know, the Kiev area, they basically made it illegal to live stream, even for journalists, unless you had like a, you know, specific permission to do so. So you're permitted to do so specifically by the local defense forces. You were not allowed to have any type of live stream. They don't care about video recording, but they care about live streaming specifically for a multitude of operational security reasons. And so due to that, they had to, you know, basically pass a quick law, you know, saying nobody can stream. So Mehmet's stream had to be taken down. All of the other CCTV cameras in the city got taken down. Any cameras you guys see on the internet now that say Kiev are really the Kiev Oblast, which is the whole region around Kiev. There's a bunch of other towns and cities, places like Bucha, places like Berdyansk, places like Irpin, you know, Hostomel. All those areas in and around Kiev. You know, they're pretty densely populated, you know, urban centers, and so a lot of those cameras you guys see on these streams, I would say about, you know, 99.9% of them are really just cameras from the oblast around the city of Kiev, and not from the Kiev city itself. Yeah, hopefully that'll change as time goes on. You know, possibly later in the conflict they'll reopen those feeds and stuff, but for operational security purposes it got to a point where they needed to close down those feeds for people. So, and of course that's not a big deal. You know, anything that they can do to increase their operational security is a good thing. Saves lives. So no harm, no foul in that. And there's plenty of other cameras across Ukraine that we have access to that are in areas that don't compromise people's operational security, and still allow us to show you guys what is going on the ground, because I think that's what's really important. Yeah, as Fancy Hat says, when they say, if you guys see any cameras online that say, you know, when they say Kiev City Center, it's an absolute load of bull crap. Those are fake cams, you know, looped footage, whatever, or footage from another area that they're saying is in the city center. It's not, okay? There are no cameras in the city itself of Kiev, which is a very broad area. So in the capital city, there are no cameras that are live, okay? The only cameras from Kiev that you see listed as Kiev, they're not in the city, they're in the oblast, the surrounding area, which has a lot of, you know, what looks to be city buildings, you know, skyscrapers, large apartment blocks, etc. And a lot of streams pass them off as Kiev, you know, and making people think it's the city, the capital city, but it's not. It's the region again around Kiev, which again is fine, you know, to show those areas because those areas are under threat. But properly labeling them as Kiev Oblast, you know, again, even sometimes I don't properly label things, so it's not that big of a deal, but it's just something to be mindful of, I would say. Kush Queen, thank you so much for tuning in today. Glad to see you back up and operational. Not Pocky says, when people like Operator Starsky post ideas, they blur up buildings and locations markers. Exactly, just like what Pocky's saying. The reason they do that is so that you know, saboteurs or a bad actor couldn't get a location of where their unit is operating. Okay, so because Starsky, you know, as when he makes those videos, you know, it's extremely important, especially for him to blur out those things because he's part of a military unit, right? And as part of a military unit, you know, they're running operations in certain areas, and so they have to keep operational security. They have to keep those locations, you know, hush hush. Even things as simple as where you're sleeping, where you're putting your head at night. You know, things are like, you know, that are simple as where you guys are parking your cars. You know what I mean? You know, what buildings they're next to, etc. Especially to protect the people that are in and around, maybe the civilians that are living in and around those areas. In some of those videos that he records in just a random parking lot, there could be apartment blocks nearby, and you don't want those to get, you know, bombarded or something by a missile strike because, you know, that video was posted in that location, etc. Right? So that's really the big reason there. When it comes to us live streaming, the big things that we watch out for, I would say there's probably three big things. One is not giving away Ukrainian troop positions, right? Whenever we see any Ukrainian troop positions or anything like that, that has, you know, again, that is unknown, right? Again, we don't show any of those cameras, we don't show any of that sort of activity. In the past, there has been Ukrainian checkpoints that were approved for televising, that were approved for streaming, actually, in the Kiev city center. If you guys don't remember, Washington Post and AFP, a few different news sources had feeds of that one Ukrainian checkpoint that was in the city center there. That was actually done on purpose. It was just kind of, you know, like they were allowed to film there at that city center checkpoint because you know, it wasn't an operational risk to them at the time, and you know, it was kind of like the news was showing, you know, okay, that the Ukrainians have locked the city down. You know, there was the barricades and everything, and the defenders on the ground there knew that those cameras were there. You know, they knew that they weren't a risk to them at the time. Now, later in the war, the problem with saboteurs kind of. Saboteurs became a problem, okay? Russian saboteurs and bad actors, and again, there was kind of later in the war, there was a shift in the Ukrainians' movements in and around the city of Kiev, and so that's another reason why they ended up needing to make those take those cameras offline, make that illegal for people to stream there, because they were kind of shifting the way that they were doing their movements in and around the city, and they didn't want to, again, compromise operational security there. Again, thank you guys so much for tuning in today. To everybody that is following along on the stream, very grateful for you guys for tuning in this morning. Currently, again, about 11:30 a.m. my time. It's about 6:30 Kiev time, p.m., right? So we're coming up to the sunset here pretty soon. If somebody wants to give me an almanac time, if somebody wants to give me a sunset time, I can relay that to you guys. Again, coming to you guys today on the wireless microphone, so I can continue to get some work done here while you guys are while I'm answering questions. Multitasking. It's the only way to get stuff done nowadays, is to multitask. Kush Queen says, getting even more snowed in here today in Calgary. Go home, winter, you're drunk. I know. It's funny you say that, because I've been hearing so many people the past few days saying, like, what the hell is going on? Like, are we in another ice age? I heard somebody say. But yeah, we're still getting snow where we're at, too, on the East Coast here, Kush Queen. So, yeah, quite a bit. In fact, I have pictures from last year, and there was not a single snowflake on the ground where we're at. And this year we got, I'm actually looking out the window right now at it, probably 3.5, 4 feet deep of snow, maybe even 5 feet deep of snow in some places where it's deeper. You know, 10, 15-foot snowbanks along the sides of the roads where it's been piled up all year. But yeah, I'm just looking at like just the raw snowfall right now. Probably about maybe 3.5, 4 feet is still on the ground. Last year there was none on the ground, and so makes you a little bit concerned for the Memorial Day weekend. Probably going to be a crap ton of snow on the ground still. I don't know if you guys probably don't celebrate Memorial Day there in Canada. You might have an equivalent though, eh? Fancy Hat says, the early days of super slow mode on Discord where we had to communicate with emoji reactions. Wasn't that nice, Fancy Hat? Yeah, those are the good old days, eh? No, I'm glad we've come to where we're at now, because communicating through emojis was literally like, that was the
that was the low point, I think. You know what I mean? In reality, where we're at now, you know, we have the moderators in place, we have the moderating in place, we have all the channels in place, especially on the Discord, and here in the live chat, you know, we have such a nice community that we've developed now that it's like everybody's civil, everybody, you know, is able to continue, you know, kind of keep a discussion going, and it's really nice. I really like how far we've come. Kush Queen says, "Yep, we got about 3 feet this week too." Yeah, I could only imagine up there in Calgary, you guys are getting quite a bit of snow. Good for the, I guess, I don't know. I guess you got your guys' outdoor rinks probably are still, are they up and operational there in Calgary, or you guys' outdoor rinks all melted? All of our rinks are melted here. Epi, thank you so much for tuning in. Says, morning, Nemico. Hope you're having a nice Earth Day. I am. In fact, I'm doing some cleaning up around the place, Epi. Starting the spring cleaning here, even though, as we were just talking about, winter hasn't left us yet where we're at. Winter is absolutely refusing to take a load off this year. Papu says, lol, in the U.S., the snow is definitely something they are not used to. Actually, I mean, there's a lot of us in the States that are used to snow, Papu. You know, everybody from, I would say, Washington, Colorado gets a lot of snow, North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, they all get a significant amount of snow. I would say especially Michigan, Maine gets snow too in a lot of areas. Everywhere on the East Coast, you know, where I live, gets snow that I know of. Some places less than others, of course, but there's some places in Canada, Papu, that get less snow than we do here. In fact, there's some places that are actually south of me. There's some places, I'm actually north of a few places in Canada. There's actually quite a few places in Canada that are warmer than it is where I'm at in the States. CJ says, though, it was between 70 and 80 degrees yesterday here in Michigan. They're calling for 80 tomorrow. I take it you're probably in downstate Michigan, CJ, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, probably further south there, eh? You guys probably got it's probably nice and warm down there. Pocky says, Michigan, here we get hella snow. Epi Moo says, morning and good evening all from Glasgow. I like how you said Glasgow. That's pretty cool. Is that like how people pronounce it there sometimes? Is Glasgow instead of Glasgow? 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 Is that how you say it though? Interesting. Yeah, definitely gonna take a trip to Scotland eventually. Not Pocky says, in Michigan and Wisconsin we get lake effect snow dumps feet at a time sometimes. CJ says that was central around Lansing, so yeah, that makes sense. It's always hot down there, further south. Epi says, sorry, Glasgow. Glasgow, pretty sure. Glasgow, I think is how you pronounce it here. Glasgow, Poland. Or, sorry, Glasgow, Scotland. Sorry, got the two mixed up there for a second. Yeah, I want to go to Edinburgh eventually. Really big milsim and airsoft crowd there in Edinburgh, Scotland. HM Producer, thank you so much for tuning in. Amy, thank you so much for tuning in. She says Dallas has gotten some crazy ice and snow last 2 winters, and I don't do the snow. Yes, I've noticed, actually. Texas got quite a bit of snowfall, more so than it normally does. HM producer says, uh-oh, what happened? Just waking up, should I be scared? I don't think so. However, I haven't gotten briefed on this morning's news yet, so I still have yet to get fully briefed on what's going on today. But I'll have a full report ready for you guys for this evening, for tonight. Yeah, at the moment, though, we're just kind of hanging out with you guys here. Michelle says, beautiful here in South Carolina yesterday and today. Laid out in the sun for a couple hours yesterday and actually got a bit sunburned. Interesting. Yeah, definitely a lot warmer there than it is here, I bet. Epi, I see the pronunciation there. Gliska? See, I'm from the States, Epi. I don't know if that's going to be any help. I'd have to work. I'd have to work on it a little bit, I think, there, Epi. Again, thank you guys so much for tuning in today. Every single person that is tuning into the stream today, give yourself a pat on the back there, and right after you're done with that, hit that like button if you haven't already. Be highly appreciated. Best way to get the algorithm's attention. And we're currently looking at some cameras coming out of Ukraine, audio dedicated coming out of Kharkiv this time. Cam 4 not wanting to play ball. Give me a second here, guys. Yeah, we'll just put it back to the key feed for now. I'll have to do. Again, to anybody that sent me PMs on Discord, I will get to those in an hour or two here. I don't got time at the moment. I'm doing a few other things. I'll be getting to everybody's PMs, and I'll be going through everybody's private messages that they sent me to take a look at everything. Just haven't got a second to do it yet. But I will here shortly, so don't worry. Thank you. Who was it that said that? Thank you, Papu. Much appreciated. Fancy Hat says Kharkiv audio sounded wild on some other streams last night, but I don't necessarily trust them to not be repeating audio from another day. If true, it was pretty bad last night. Trusting, I'll have to take a look at some of the reports from last night again when I get briefed here shortly. Michelle says currently 76 degrees and only 11:40 a.m. Yeah, it's also 11:40 a.m. here, but I believe it's probably below freezing where I'm at right now. Can actually check. Might be above freezing now, actually. It's pretty cold last night, though. Let me check here. Currently 39 F, so it's a little bit above freezing where I'm at. 39 Fahrenheit, so almost 40 F. But yeah, 11:40 a.m. for about 39 F where I'm at. Boss B83 says, so am hour early tonight? Yes, the report will be at 8 p.m. Eastern time, which is an hour earlier than we usually do it, but it'll be about an hour and a half, 2 hours long. Lost B says, so is everyone just supposed to forget about the people still stuck in the steel factory? No. No. Nobody's forgetting about the people in Mariupol. I suspect we'll be hearing more about that in the next 24 hours or so. Astrid said 17 degrees C, 5:41 p.m. here in the Netherlands. C to F. Let me see here. 17 degrees C to F. I can't. I'm an American here, unfortunately. So converting that over, that's 62 Fahrenheit. So pleasant there. I say, Lost B 83 says, I say the French step up, like they said, and send the Navy to pick them up. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea. I think that could be pulled off successfully. If done right, they could possibly pull that off successfully and get those people out of there. Epi Moon says 17C in central Scotland with beautiful clear blue skies, but very windy. It does sound pretty pleasant though, Epi. Edie says it's a strange weather in Sweden. It has snowed one day and rained some days afterwards, plus degrees of warm for a few days, then a full blizzard, but now hot, so we are reddish brown. Interesting. Yeah, again, yeah, the weather has been weird in a few places. People have been saying this year. Michelle says, "What's going on inside Russia with all the fires?" There's another one. If you're speaking of forest fires, it's primarily, again, they've had an issue with that for a few years now. I mean, not just in Russia, but in America as well. There's been some significant issues with those forest fires. Fancy Hat says the problem with that would be the possibility of Russians striking a ship and then retaliation, then who knows how that goes. Yeah. I think, though, if the Russians, hopefully, if the Russians knew that there was a French evacuation ship inbound, I don't think they would, I think they would probably be, they'd probably tread carefully, at least I'd like to believe so. You know, I'd like to think that the Russians are partially, at least partially, capable of, you know, treading lightly when it comes to that whole situation. Fancy Hat says, I'm having a July wedding and hoping to God we don't have triple digits Fahrenheit. Yeah, could be a toasty summer. If we're having this kind of weird winter, it could be a toastier summer this year. Matt says, buffalo mac and cheese with stewed tomatoes and polar seltzer for lunch. Yum. Well, Matt, I hope you enjoy that buffalo mac and cheese. Sounds pretty interesting. Thank you for tuning in again to the stream here. HM Producer says, we had rain hard around 1 a.m. last night in SoCal. It was strange. Yeah. I feel like, again, quite a few places, especially here in the north, we're kind of concerned because winter just is kind of refusing to, you know, lay off. And he says, well, I got married in August. It was brutal. Yeah, I can imagine that'd be pretty toasty. All right. Lost B83 says Nem just bailed. No, I'm here. Sorry, I'm working on something, so I was kind of distracted there. AC's, thank you so much for tuning in. Says lots of rain up here in NorCal, over the past week or so. Very much welcome. Yeah, I believe in those areas you guys probably need quite a bit of rain. Matt says, I wonder if there's a system of tunnels under Azov steel plants so people could bug out. There are tunnels. Not sure if they have the ability to bug out via those tunnels, though. I think that's the problem. Yeah, I think that's the problem at this time. Lost B83 says, Nem, did you stretch your sim for the stream? What do you mean? Did I stretch what now? Did I readjust the layout for the avatar? If I did a little bit, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, to get that adjusted. Jillian, thank you so much for tuning in. Says, good morning, Nemico. Good morning to you. Sweet Baby Jesus says, this chat always makes me hungry. BRB making food. Well, you do that. Hope your food goes well. Suprin says, around the Avastal there were 3 encirclement rings and patrols. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard similar news, similar reports. MG, thank you for tuning in, says, I heard the Ukrainian government doesn't even know the vast catacomb system thoroughly, unfortunately. The tunnels under Odessa were used in World War II when Germany invaded, though. Interesting. Blair says, Blair Hinton says, pretty quiet considering there's no war. The return slots in the library seem to warrant action. Well, actually, that's a good thing. Yeah, as Fancy Head says, that's a good thing. In war, when you see if nothing's going on, that's a good thing. That means people aren't dying. But don't be fooled, because there is indeed a lot going on, unfortunately. A lot that we can't see on these cameras here. But there's a lot that can be seen in the reporting that we're getting in almost on a minute-to-minute basis. Hourly, if not minute-to-minute basis. Yeah, as the Fancy Hats repository says, it's a massive country. Can't even see 1% of it. Papu said we had an anti-Ukrainian vandal on here, sadly. He did, like, remove the flag and then mark the building with a Z. In your town? Or in Quebec, Papu? Or was that on a stream somewhere on one of these buildings? Or Michelle says several different countries announcing new weapons, etc., going to Ukraine yesterday and today. Yeah, we've heard multiple reports of that. Juan, thank you so much for subscribing on the YouTube channel. Much appreciated, Juan. Thank you for tuning in today. Glad to have you tuning into the stream. Boss B83 says, I love how the U.S. is sending enough rounds to wear out all of the artillery pieces. Yeah, they are sending quite a bit of munitions. It remains to be seen if that will be enough. I've heard reports of even some bigger artillery pieces being sent over than the ones that they're looking at sending now. Yeah, we'll see. Again, it remains to be seen how much of that munition they're able to efficiently expend. I imagine this next phase of the conflict here, which is already underway in the Donbass, they will expend quite a good portion of 155 howitzer artillery munitions, as well as probably some more of the anti-tank guided munitions, things like the javelins and laws. Even though they're not in that same terrain, you know, where they're really efficient, they're probably going to still expend quite a bit of those munitions during this next phase of the conflict. I would not doubt at all. All right, let's get that started up here. Says, I heard we were sending 20 Apache helicopters. Yeah, I haven't heard the report of the Apaches yet. I have heard reports that there are helicopters going to Ukraine. I haven't heard anything specifically about Apaches yet. But again, that remains to be seen. Right. Doom Pie, thank you so much for tuning in. It says weather forecast for Kiev, 2000 hours, 11 degrees C, rainy, wind southeast 12 to 28 kilometers an hour, sunrise 5:51, sunset 20:03. Thank you for that forecast, Doom Pie. Much appreciated. As always, glad to see you tuning in today. I need to get something to drink. Really badly. So I'm going to do that here, I think, in a second. However, you guys are on the wireless mic, so I can
I can go anywhere today. Okay, so stand by, guys, while I get some of these cameras be updated here. I'm doing something on my end, so it screwed it up. Just 1 second here. I'll get those back up in their positions. All right. This one right down here, so I can see that skyline there in the background. Let's get this one right there where we want it. Move it down just a little bit. We'll get Kramatorsk up in the top slot here. That'll do right about there. Actually, hold on. Let's like that. Good. Now we can see that Kramatorsk skyline. All right, got them all back up and operational. Sorry about that, guys. They actually went potato there for a minute. Doompie says I'm on my phone and YouTube does not work when I go to a other screen. Uh-oh, that's not good. All right. Doompie says I got a membership. I think he means a subscription from Carolina Cajun 65. I'm fairly new on Twitch, so I did not realize that I got a membership. Well, Doompie, thank you so much for subscribing, and Carolina Cajun, thank you so much for gifting that sub. Highly appreciated. Again, welcome aboard. Still haven't got the custom emojis and stuff set up over there on Twitch, but I will soon. I'll get all that stuff set up. I know some people have requested that. All right. Right. Again, hello to everybody that's tuning in today. Thank you guys so much for tuning in this fine morning. Well, actually, it's just noon here now on the East Coast. Noon here on the East Coast, about 7 p.m. Ukraine time. We got a beautiful sunset going on here on Cam 1. Beautiful, beautiful sunset. Always enjoy a nice Ukrainian sunset. We haven't seen a nice one of those in a few days, at least. All right. So, the auto refreshing is working on the stream, I see. Okay. Oh, actually, yeah, crap, I don't want to stop that. I looked away for 1 second. It seems you guys are discussing performing voodoo in the live chat now. Is that what we've come to? I mean, I hope it works. All the more power to you. All right. Fancy says, LMAO, at least you didn't have to see the regulars listing songs for like an hour straight a couple days ago. I bet they listed some absolute banging tracks. Miss Fishy Fish Eye Eater, thank you so much for tuning in today. Glad to see you following along on the stream. Glad to see you tuning in this fine morning. Afternoon now, I guess, on the East Coast.
Fancy Hat says, "Oh yeah, it was good hits, but it took over the chat." Interesting. Lost B83 says, "Nem, how long you on for?" As long as I can muster up here. Yeah, I'm just kind of putzing around, getting some work done here on my end, both on and off of the computer at the moment. So just trying to, you know, interact with you guys in the chat here, answer questions, and read comments, stuff like that. I like how lately we've been referring to people's streams, like each other's streams, like an apartment. Like I'm heading over to Fancy's place. Yeah, Nemico's sleeping right now, so let's head over to Fancy's for a bit, see what he's up to. Yeah, I think it's important, you know. Like Miss Fishy just said, I watched TV shows that I'd missed last night. You know, take a night off from watching the frickin' war. Go and just, you know, watch your favorite show, hang out with your family, go do something. You know, go have a fire, go camping, whatever you want to do. Don't just do it for you. Do it for, you know, Do it for the people around you. Do it for your family, you know. Lots B83 says, who is this fancy thing? He's one of our channel community members here. Fancy hat. Also one of the mods here in the live chat. Again, thank you so much for that help there, Fancy. Lost B again asks, any word on Biden going to Kiev? I actually haven't got any updated word on that. No, not yet. Possible. Possible, though. Fancy Hat says, now that my cam's auto-refresh, I'm going to watch the new Batman movie today at some point. Yeah. Yeah, it takes some time to get the nice movie in, watch some shows. Have a nice meal, do some grilling, whatever fancies your hat. Michelle says they keep saying he isn't going. Yeah, it's possible to send a delegate. I think some kind of delegation to Kiev. That's always possible. Pocky says, okay, Nemico, so we have proposed an alternate festival for May 9th at Ukrainian Tractor Missile Maypole Festival. We thought up so many booths and events. I bet that could be an absolutely banging event. Would love to attend. Landmine musical chairs? Yeah. very interesting idea. Land my musical chairs. Anybody in chat? Is anybody in chat taking a look at our flight radars? If so, do we have any interesting activity occurring in that department this morning or this afternoon? Lost B83 says, did you see the video with the Russians dropping all the mines out of the back of the truck? Yes, I've heard of it. I think I saw a clip of that a while back. That video was, what, a couple weeks old now, I think? Yeah, when you're in a hurry, you know, mistakes happen, but that definitely was a pretty comical video there. You're referring to the one where basically they all just fell out of the back of the truck? Shake the hand says no, Nemico, no avatar today. Yeah, maybe later I will. Right now I'm on the wireless microphone, so I would have to refeed. I'd have to refeed my audio like through the avatar, because I'm coming through to you guys a little bit differently today, so that I can do some work in the background while talking to you guys. I'm trying to multitask today as much as I can. Busy day here. But got a report coming to you guys tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Can't wait to bring that to you guys this evening, and it'll be recorded as usual for everybody that misses out on that report. Be uploaded to the YouTube channel as usual. Fancy Hat says, did you guys see the report of the little Jack Russell Terrier bomb sniffer dog? Oh, I did not see that. Looks like our cams are updating automatically now. I can see there on the screen. Hopefully it doesn't discombobulate itself entirely. However, it seems to be doing the trick right now. Is that terrier like in Ukraine? Fancy if you could link me that. I'd like to take a look at that little bomb sniffing canine. I had not seen that report. I had not seen that yet. James R says, my cat is glued to the screen. It's the crows. At Nemico Network, I think your cat is going after the crows too. Yeah, possibly. I've heard a lot of people's cats. It's funny that we've had a lot of people's cats watching the stream. It's been a recurring pattern. Thank you, Fancy. I'll take a look at that when I get a chance here. Yeah, it must be the bird noises coming from the... Can you guys hear the Kharkiv audio right now? When I'm not talking, can you guys hear that Kharkiv audio? It's coming through. Let me know. Let me know in the chat if that Kharkiv audio is coming through good. So, the dog has a flak jacket. That's awesome. That's awesome. Awesome, guys. Thank you for that sound off in the chat there. Just wanted to make sure that that Kharkiv audio is coming through clear for you. L33 Tamum says, my bearded dragons like watching your stream. L33, I think you've been here for a while now, haven't you? I believe you're a repeat viewer. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm glad to hear your bearded dragons like watching the stream. I wish it could be under better circumstances, of course, but nevertheless. Titan Intel Group says, my cat is federal security and eliminates all airborne and mouse threats. Right on. Same here. Same here. Somebody said a Z truck just passed on Camp 3. Don't worry, it's refreshing itself. That's the automatic refreshing. There it goes. Somebody said a Z truck just passed at Camp 3. Yeah, we've seen a lot of activity on Camp 3. That's why I have it on screen. There's been a lot of Russian activity on that camp. Like a lot that I've been seeing over the past about 24 to 48 hours or so. Fancy has spotted quite a bit of it. In fact, I think, Fancy, is that playlist that you sent me? Is that stuff that's happened on that cam? If so, I'll probably show some of that later tonight. Stream. Show a few of those clips. Again, thank you to everybody that is tuning in today. If you guys can, hit that like button. If you haven't already, hit the subscribe button. Highly appreciated, helps the stream a lot. Let's get the algorithm's attention. Blue Fat Crab, thank you so much for tuning in. Katie Horton, thank you so much for tuning in. Shake, thank you. Shake the Hands, thank you so much for tuning in. Much appreciated. Cat says meow, thank you so much for tuning in. My cat just said meow, actually. Meow. Greg Miller, thank you so much for tuning in. Says daytime Nemico, nice to see you live again. Nice to see you, Greg Miller, for tuning in. Nice to see you tuning in here on the stream today. Again, kind of hanging out with you guys here today, doing some work in the background, and reading comments, answering questions. As we hang out here today, later this evening, again, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time will be tonight's report. Doing it an hour early tonight, but again, we're going to have about an hour and a half, about between 1 and 2 hours of reporting we'll have for you guys tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 3 a.m. Ukraine time. Yeah, definitely an interesting chain of events here on that one camera. Cam 3, I believe it is. Kat, I hope you are as well. I hope you are well as well. Thank you so much for tuning in. Glad to see you here. Doompie says, wow, what the hell was that? What'd you see? Did you see something in that main camera? Matt says, woman in black gown, cam 5, spooky, interesting. Katie Horton says, what was that loud noise? I actually did not hear a loud noise. I'm actually away from the rig right now. I'm reading messages off of my phone from Restream, so I can see, that way I can see both the Twitch and the YouTube streams. We got that audio coming out of Kharkiv, though. It's probably something from that Kharkiv audio feed. Titan said, Titan Intel Group said that sounded like shelling. Interesting. So a few of you guys apparently heard that what sounded like shelling there. Matt says 2 mortars. Lawn King says that's a Russian plane. Katie says maybe mortars. Cinematic Romance says, I like the new spectralizer, Nemico. Thank you so much, Cinematic. I actually put a lot of work into tracking down and figuring out what would be the best audio meter for us to use. Something that would be a little bit more low profile and not take up as much screen space. And so that was kind of the battle there, was trying to get something that would work in that department. And I think it works out pretty well. I do got to adjust it a little bit. I just haven't had a chance to do that yet. But I do plan to adjust it so it doesn't you know, cap off at the top there. Blue Frat Crab says, I can't tell if that's the cam or if he's trying to move a microphone. So when I do mute and unmute my microphone, it gives a little bit of a click like this. And like that. So like when I unmute and when I mute, it makes like a... like that. So, yeah, just so you guys know. I just see some other movement on that camera. A bunch of people walking there. I'm not sure. Those look like citizens. Yeah, when I mute and unmute, we get that sound there. But I think we did also hear some... what people are saying is some audio coming from Kharkiv. You said the audio coming from Kharkiv is disturbing. Is it just those shelling noises you guys are hearing, or? Yeah, Doompie says it sounded like loud explosions. Cinematic Romance says I think the limiter would be good for explosions. I'll take a look at that. Get my limiter set up for those explosions. Yeah, so I can hear when I look at the audio spectrum right now. I'm just standing here by the screen. I actually have the output turned down so that my voice isn't like causing a feedback loop when I'm like next to the PC talking to you guys. Again, I'm on that wireless microphone today. And so I'm watching the audio spectrum and I can see those booms you guys were talking about for the past few minutes here. Hold on, I'll do the unmute mute again here. Here, in 3, 2, 1. So that was me muting and unmuting. You can hear that kind of scratchy click noise. Yeah, nothing I could do about that. It's just the manual mute. It's just kind of janky on this microphone, I guess. Apparently, some of you heard rumbling, and Michelle just said she heard a huge boom on the Kharkiv feed. Papu says, my son recognizes the pattern on the spectro thing. The spectrometer. Greg says, could be 120 millimeter mortars, but doubtful they have a shorter range, probably artillery. Yeah, we could be hearing artillery there. Our cameras are running the auto refresh now, as you can see there on screen. As they do every 5 minutes. 5 minutes to get those refreshed for you guys. So we're able to keep those up to date as much as humanly possible. Again, thank you to everybody that's tuning in today. I'm glad to see so many familiar faces and so many new faces as well tuning in today to the stream. Thank you guys for tuning in. As always, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Hit the like button if you haven't already. I'm dropping stuff all over the floor just now. Pick all that stuff up. Ugh. What are you doing? Dropping all my stuff everywhere here. Oh, and I'm doing it again. Come on now. There we go. Alright. Michelle says for sure Kharkiv is getting hit with something. Yeah, we'll probably have reports on that by tonight's report. If there's strikes happening in Kharkiv today, we'll know about it by this afternoon, most likely. Shake the Hand says, Nemico, that's not the same as the bombing noises we heard. Well, that's good to know. No thunderstorms in the area. I don't believe, not today. I mean, it is possible. It's getting warmer in Ukraine, so it is possible for there to be some thunderstorms. However, I don't think so right now. In fact, we had a weather report just a little while ago from Doompie. Doompie says, love the auto refresh. Well, thank you so much, Doompie, for that. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Yeah, sun and clouds in Kharkiv today. A Fancy Hat says, confirmed from another stream with audio, they were tailing about strikes. They were talking about strikes too. Interesting. Okay. Michelle says, yes, Nemico, loud booms, a lot of them every few minutes. Coming out of that Kharkiv audio. Doompie with the weather report here. Weather forecast Kiev for 2000, 11C, rainy, wind southeast, 12 to 28 kilometers an hour, sunrise, 051, sunset, 2003. Thank you for that, Doompie. Miss Fishy also thinks that there's explosions, saying, booms, definitely explosions. Lawn King, thank you so much for tuning in today, Lawn King. I bet your lawn is just amazing. Thank you so much for tuning into the stream today. We're hearing some, what seems to be strikes possibly happening on the audio coming out of Kharkiv. Yeah, Fancy Hat said, same exact time, they heard them too. So he's saying there's some other people watching another stream that heard those same explosions occur. So it does kind of corroborate our findings here, guys, that there is possibly another audio feed there picking up those explosions, and that they were talking about them there on that stream out of Kharkiv. So, and we'll probably get more updates on that by later tonight for tonight's report. We'll probably have information if there were some significant strikes in Kharkiv. We'll know about them. L33 says, I don't think it's wind, I too think it's explosions. Yeah, you can usually hear the difference pretty easily between those explosions and the wind, even though the wind, yeah, it has been, you know, an occasional factor that we have to account for on these cameras. Okay. Kind of like this, being able to just kind of walk around and be able to talk to you guys at the same time. The next evolution of this would be if I had like AR glasses or something. They could just like beam your guys' live chats into my eyeball. I could then just be able to like answer them without having to look at my phone for the live chat. I could just have them beamed directly into my eyeball, and we could discuss these things without having to take the extra step of looking at my phone. Or we can go talk to Elon, get a neural link, and then we'll have your guys' live chats straight to the brain, and then I'll be able to immediately process those, reply to you guys. Fetsiat says they have the same audio feed. You do, yeah. A few streams are using the same Kharkiv audio. That audio is been pretty popular so far, as it's the only feed, the only audio feed coming out of that area. Papu says, do you overlap the audio from the same region? Currently, you only have one audio feed. You just have that Kharkiv audio coming through. I don't like layering the audio from different regions. Maybe from the same region. Like in the past with Kiev, we've done that. We haven't done that with Kharkiv because we only have like one audio feed to them. Cinematic Romance says you can download my new track directly to your Tesla brain chips. Yes, that'd be the future there. As Greg Miller says, Cyborg Nemico. Yeah, that'd be the next step. Would be I could just take your guys' live chats and get them straight to the brain. Miss Fishy says, turn off the wireless mic if you go to the bathroom. Oh, don't worry, I'm on top of that. 110% on top of that. I'll make sure not to have another sandwich incident. I don't know if any of you were here for the sandwich incident of 2022. I actually consumed an entire Subway sandwich with my mic, hot micing. Nearly choked to death in the middle of it. But I think we're past those days now. Air alert went off 29 minutes ago for Kharkiv, says Michelle. Interesting. So that's some corroborating evidence there. We'll have to take a look at that. Papu says, don't do the brain thing. You will want to overclock yourself. Yes, most likely. Yeah, I hope to have more information on those Kharkiv strikes for you guys by this evening's report. Michelle says, Putin to meet with the UN chief. Gutierrez in Russia next week, Kremlin says. Yes, I heard those reports. We're still waiting to see if they're going to go through with that meeting, but that would be a historic meeting, to say the least. Cinematic Romance says, I ask again because I've been working like crazy this week and haven't been able to tune in. He says, was Russia officially able to capture Mariupol? They have captured the majority of the city. However, the Azovstal plant, the Azovstal Steelworks factory in that area is still under contestment at this time. It's still under control of those Ukrainian forces, with a fair share of civilians in that area as well. Paddywhack says, hi, Nemico. Hello to you, Paddywhack. Thank you so much for tuning back in today. Glad to see you on the stream. Happy to have you. Glad to see you watching the stream, following along with us. Astrid says, at least you know that you enjoyed it. The sandwich? I believe you're speaking to the sandwich, and yeah, I almost died eating that sandwich, and you guys would have heard me choke to death on stream when that day that happened. Luckily, I didn't, though. Still here today. Matt says, that is a very big black dog laying down just outside the gate in Cam 5. Yeah, I've been actually watching that dog for a few weeks now. He's been pretty fun to watch, actually. Sometimes he does some pretty comical things on that cam there. I think somebody earlier said that he had a name. I don't know if that's like confirmed or not, but yes, people said they were calling him like Sergey or something. Sergey. Again, our auto refresh is actually working pretty good today. Surprisingly. We'll see if that holds up into the afternoon. It usually holds together for anywhere from 12 to 24 hours and then starts to fall into pieces, so we'll see how long it's able to stay up today. Katie Horton says back. Well, thank you, and welcome back, Katie Horton. Thank you for tuning back in today. To anybody that sent me messages on Discord, again, I'll be getting to those later this afternoon. There's a lot of you. I try to reply to everybody. Not always able to reply to everybody, but don't worry, I do read everybody's messages. If I don't reply, don't take it personal. Sometimes it's just because I just don't have enough time to go and reply to every single message. I get hundreds and sometimes even thousands of PMs lately from people and emails and all sorts of stuff. So again, I try to get to everybody's stuff. Some of you have priority, like some of you that are mods and stuff. Again, I'm going to get to everybody's messages later this evening is my plan. Before the report, I'll try to get replies out to everybody. Patty Wax is just scrolling through other channels, came across, and right now someone's saying in the comments that Mehmet had his phone and camera taken away. He didn't have his camera taken away. He had one of his phones taken away again. The day that all the cameras were made illegal in Kiev, all right, in the Kiev city center. I've talked about this quite a few times before. He had one of his phones confiscated, but I think he's been able to get it back from the Ukrainians. Actually, I'm not sure if he got it back yet. He will get it back. It was just like a precautionary thing they had to do to everybody. They took down the CCTV cameras, they took down all the journalists' cameras, they took down like a bunch of stuff. So that was like just a precautionary measure from those Ukrainian forces. It is wartime, but they were nice to him and everything. I guess the one cop that he was trying to get his stuff back from was kind of giving him some problems, but from what I've heard, again, that was just kind of like a precautionary thing that they had to do. Papu says, can I make a test for lag in the chat? Let's see, it's usually about a minute or two before I get to your guys' chats anyway. So I don't think that would be accurate. But yeah, I would say in between 30 seconds and a minute is our lag time here, probably. The stream itself has like an automatic 15-second, I believe, between when things happen here on my end and when you guys see it. Sometimes it's a little shorter than that, sometimes it's a little longer. Fancy Hat, yep, I'll take a look at those scripts too. My solution isn't using Python, but I'll definitely take a look at that. Eventually, I'll think about upgrading to like a more robust system, using like VLC inputs and stuff. But the way I'm doing it now has just worked for me fine, and it's probably the way I'll continue to improve on the system I got going now if I can, to a certain extent. But really, it's kind of the reports and some of the video content moving forward that I'm trying to focus on the most. But I will take a look at those scripts and take a look at them, see if maybe they're worthwhile. Titan Intel Group says, does anyone have the timestamp on the Z truck? I bet Fancy Hat has that timestamp. He's pretty good at taking those timestamps down. And also, if not, somebody on the Discord probably cataloged that, I would imagine. Jillian says, reminder, today is Earth Day. Every day is Earth Day. Take care of your mother planet. Earth, please. Thank you all. Well, thank you so much, Jillian Lips, for tuning in today. And yes, it is Earth Day. Epi actually popped in here earlier to let me know that it was Earth Day. Happy Earth Day to everybody. It's not very earthy outside my residence today. Very snowy and cold today where we're at. Yeah, not very pleasant earthly conditions. Our auto refresh is doing it again there. Again, every 5 minutes I have it set to auto refresh those cameras there. for the Z truck on Cam 3, he was looking for that timestamp. There's been quite a bit of activity on that Cam 3 there that we've seen over the past day or two. Cam 4,
that thing it does. Here we go. That should fix it.
Boo says, what is Nemico Face IA thing? Yeah, sometimes I want to show my son. I don't have it up on the screen right now, but I will for tonight's report. I don't have it at the moment, though. Up on screen. Yeah, right now how I'm feeding audio, my voice is being fed in the stream is significantly different than I usually do it. So I wouldn't have that audio being passed through the AI guys. That's why if he's not up on screen right now, I'd have to reconfigure things to take that audio and pump it to his voice parts now. Patty Wax says, okay, thank you for answering me, Nemico. Just making sure this wasn't something new in the last couple of days that's happened to him. Yeah, no, that was from last month when they first made those cameras illegal in Ukraine, in Kiev. No, the phones weren't illegal. The thing is that basically they made live streams illegal, public live streams, private live streams illegal, showing the city center, and he was using that iPhone to run the camera for OBS, and so that's why they had to confiscate it, because like they had an order to confiscate all of the CCTV cameras, so like every camera that was mounted on a building or mounted on a pole or whatever, they confiscated, and so since his phone, not his main phone, keep in mind, that was just like an alternative phone he had, like a random iPhone he had laying around. Since that was being used as his camera, they needed to confiscate it. But he's getting it back. So, Doompie with an updated weather forecast is weather for Kiev, 2100, 15C, mostly cloudy, wind southeast, 12 to 28 kilometers an hour, sunrise 5:51, sunset 2003. Thank you so much, Doompie, for that weather report. Much appreciated. I feel like I need to get my my hat. Where's my hat at? Patty Wack, thank you so much for those kind words. He says again, thank you, Nemico, for doing such a great job. That's why I scroll through other channels to stay with you. Well, thank you so much. Again, glad to have you tuning in here on the stream here today. Katie says, I saw Mariupol, it's practically gone. So sad, so much destruction. Yeah, that city has been absolutely destroyed. Kharkiv right along with it. Lost B83 says, would you just look at that view? And I agree, hell of a view. 110% a great view. No doubt about that. Yeah, we had a beautiful sunset this evening in Ukraine. Hadn't seen a nice one like that in a few days. So that was kind of a nice treat there to see that beautiful sunset over that beautiful country there. Again, I wish we could be viewing these sunsets under better circumstances. But nonetheless, very pleasant sight. So I didn't realize it, but the Ukrainian national anthem was playing there while I was talking. So sorry if you guys missed anything. Again, that happened. I wasn't looking at the time, and the anthem automatically played. My bad, guys. Papu, thank you so much. He says, I will try to warn at the 59th minute. That'd be awesome, because sometimes I'm like not looking at the stream time, and I'm just looking at the live chat and I forget. And then that. See, now that the anthem is on a timer every hour, at least I don't forget to play it. But sometimes I forget that it's playing and I continue talking. Because I have the output turned down here so it doesn't back into my mic. Sweet Baby Jesus says, Cam 1 is almost always looking great. Sometimes you can see the stars too. Yeah, and sometimes even like a nice moon comes out in the middle of the night there over Kharkiv, as it's pronounced. Some people said that they heard that some shelling sounds again coming out of Kharkiv. Yeah, we've heard quite a bit of activity on that Kharkiv camera. Sorry, on that Kharkiv audio feed, I should say. Papu says, I like the song so much, I leave the stream play all day long. Well, thank you so much for that, Papu, and I'm glad you like the national anthem. It is a beautiful song. Fancy Hats Repository says I could make a Nightbot announcement the minute before. Yeah, I could try to do that, actually. I'll add that to the list. I'll write that down real quick, and I'll add it to the list of the things that I'll inevitably do at some point when I get time. That's a good idea, though, to remind me. Lost B83 says, what do you think about the missile system Russia is sending to St. Petersburg? I actually haven't heard about that yet. I mean, I expect that that's just kind of, you know, routine given the circumstances with it being wartime. I would imagine that that's just kind of on, you know, on the agenda in general for the Kremlin to, you know, beef up security in many of its cities in the same way that we're doing in the West, you know. Yeah, interesting. I'll have to take a look at those reports. Yeah, I see some of you guys talking about the English translation of the Ukrainian national anthem. Yeah, if you guys haven't, if any of you that are watching haven't yet, go look up the translation of the Ukrainian national anthem and read it. It'll give you a more expanded knowledge and appreciation of that anthem when you hear it play on the hour. Thank you for DMing that link over, Fancy, for that side-by-side translation of the Ukrainian national anthem. Actually, just sitting down to have some lunch here, guys. I hope those of you that are in the States here are also maybe sitting down to get some lunch around this time. Of course, Miss Fishy is having sushi for lunch. Very fitting there. Do you guys think that Kharkiv audio needs to go up? Do you guys need me to increase the Kharkiv audio? If so, I will increase Kharkiv audio. If it's too low, if it's loud enough, let me know. Fancy says, you know, she added the fish eye eater part to her name just to troll me. How so? I don't remember this. I don't remember that. The Fancy had Christy changed her name to Fish Eye after we had a discussion about different weird foods one time when cameras were down. I can tell you one thing: that name is a mouthful to mention when I'm reading comments sometimes. Yeah, it trips me up quite a bit. Hakey Jakey says Cam 3 is an interesting look into occupied territory. A lot of Russian soldier activity. Soldiers stepping out of regular cars and Z-trucks, etc. Strange other Z-cars. Yeah, I know. There's been a lot of activity there. That's why we have that up on screen. Very interesting activity. Roger that, Fish-Eye Eater. I will just refer to you as Fishy from now on. I think that will be easier. We've seen Russian soldiers on not just scooters. We've seen them on all sorts of wacky vehicles. Vans, old Ladas, you know, like old Soviet cars. I bet there's been a scooter or two. Probably a few quads as well. Sun's starting to set here in Ukraine, ladies and gentlemen. We reached the half hour here, 8:30 p.m. Kiev time on this Friday evening. Alright, guys. Back here. Do something real quick. Alrighty. Again, thank you to everybody else that is tuning in today. As Sweet Baby Jesus says, it's day 58 of this horrible conflict that is happening in Ukraine. Our camera refreshing seems to be working pretty well. Pretty well indeed today, as the sun begins to go down here across Ukraine. Again, guys, thank you so much for tuning in today. To everybody that's tuning in on the stream, if you haven't already, please hit that like button. It's the best way to get the algorithm's attention. If you haven't already, share the stream if you like it. Subscribe if you haven't already. It's the best way to get notified. Currently hanging out with you guys today. We'll be having a nightly report tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, aka 3 a.m. Ukraine time. Make sure to tune in for that. Be able to go over everything that's been happening over the past about 12 or so hours here. 12 to 24 hours. We'll kind of cover all of the recent headlines, kind of do some deep dive and some analysis as well on recent events. 777 Militia, thank you so much for tuning in today. Glad to see you. Glad to see you tuning back into the stream. Jakey Jakey, thank you for tuning back in. Everybody that's tuning back in, thank you guys for very much for stopping by today. Currently watching cams from Ukraine, along with audio from Kharkiv from a separate feed. Cam 1 is Kharkiv, Cam 2 is Kramatorsk, 3 is Makivka, I think it's pronounced. Been seeing some interesting Russian activity on that camera there. Cam 4 is Kiev Oblast. Cam 5 is Kiev Oblast. The top left, 2 cams there. Top left are Chernivtsi ice rink, and right next to it is kind of the ski slope there. Those cams are literally right next to each other, those 2 top left ones. Camera 8 is Kharkiv, and camera 9 is Kharkiv. Camera 10 is the skyline over Odessa, which is being refreshed now by our automatic refreshing apparatus, the Camera Refresher 9000, as we call it here. Refreshes these cameras automatically for us every 5 minutes. Shameless Senpai says, my boss lets me Chromecast to the office TV during the reports. That is awesome. Senpai, you have a hell of a boss and a hell of a job. Tell your boss that I said thank you, and that it means a lot to me. That he allows you guys to put on my reports on the TV. That's awesome. That made my day, man. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Glad to have you along for the ride. I think maybe there was some other audio there on the Kharkiv cam. I heard maybe like another boom there on that Kharkiv audio, not sure. Yes, Fancy had put it there. Yeah, and some of the cams, most of the cams here are about to switch to the IR mode, guys, the nighttime mode for these cams. So just keep that in mind. Some of them are going to switch over to their IR spectrum mode. Some of them might get a little dark too as we go into the nighttime hours here. Senpai says, I work for Bandai Namco. Are they even still in business? Is Bandai Namco still in business? It's a video game company, right? I'm not mistaken. Made a few of my favorite childhood classics. Right? Isn't it like a video game company? Or is it a toy company? So Cam 4 is doing its thing right now. Oh, there we go. It came back up. Never mind. I'm actually about to head outside here in a few minutes and see how that goes. See if the audio continues to come through clearly for you guys. We shall see. We shall see. Really wish I had like a heads-up display where I could just see your guys's, like a pair of sunglasses, you know, like a Google Glass or something. I could just see your guys' live chats. Shameless says yes, they still produced the Tales series too. Interesting. Ace Combat, yeah. Yeah, I'm interested to. They're still in business. That's cool, man. It's awesome. I feel honored to have a if not even I don't know if you're a developer or what you do there, but I don't care really what your position is at the company. I feel honored just to have somebody from Bandai Namco watching the stream. That's awesome, man. Thank you so much. And again, gives me the fizz to hear that your boss allows you to put the report up on screen while you're working. That's pretty cool. At this 5-minute interval that I have the cam set to now, it's almost like it's always just refreshing them. So it takes about 5 minutes to refresh all of the cameras, and then just kind of goes right back through the cycle the way I have it set up. But it's working flawlessly today. I really haven't had to touch anything except cam 4. Sometimes I have to manually hit a button on cam 4. Robohasi, thank you so much for tuning in. It's actually my mute button. I talked about this a little bit ago. My mute button, right now I'm coming through a wireless mic so I can get some stuff done and be able to talk to the live chat at the same time. Again, when I mute my mic and unmute my mic, it gives a little bit of that kind of poppy sound there. That click kind of feedback noise you guys are hearing. I hope it's not too bad for you. Senpai says I'm in the marketing department. Awesome. Awesome. I've done a little bit of game development here on my end. For about 10 years I've done some sporadic game development. Blue Fat Crab, thank you so much for tuning back in to the stream today. Again, thank you to everybody that's tuning into the stream today. Glad to see you guys all hanging out here. Got a pretty busy day here. Pretty busy lineup of reporting as well for you guys tonight. Again, at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 3 a.m. Ukraine time is when we're going to be going live for those reports. We're going live an hour early tonight for this Friday night. Hopefully you all be able to get out and do something. Enjoy your Friday evening. We're going to be bringing you, again, the report from 8 p.m. Eastern Standard to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard. Starting an hour early this evening. Again, for anybody that misses it, or for anybody that time doesn't work for, we will be recording it as usual and uploading it to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Nemico Network. Filet Mignon, thank you so much for tuning in today. Kush Queen said, took a screen break. Did I miss much? Not too much, Kush Queen. A few happenings, but nothing notable. Currently, the sun is starting to set here in Ukraine. I feel like there's a few cameras I'm going to have to refresh automatically here. Or manually, I mean. Yeah, I feel like those other feeds are just not doing their thing. Hold on. See if I can get that updated for you guys here. Aha! See? It was lagged behind there. Alright, I'll get that one caught up too. And where's the other one? Here we go. We'll get this one caught up as well. Okay, so it is still light out in Lviv, but if you notice, cam 9 has gone dark. It's because it is dark in Kharkiv now. Sometimes you gotta give those a little bit more TLC, tender love and care. All right. Filet Mignon says the Sun reported footage of the bombing in Kharkiv recently. Interesting. We'll have to take a look at that. Vincent, thank you so much for tuning in. Says glad to hear the dog is still okay. Yep, the dog is still doing good. Aeronaut says there's a meteor shower tonight, so people may jump and thought they saw something. It's just burning rocks. Interesting. Thank you for that, Aeronaut. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. Yeah, I did also hear something about a meteor shower. AC says, did anyone see the report yesterday about Russia threatening floating the idea of forcing their POWs to donate blood? I did not see that, but I would love to see the report on that. I would love to see the article on that. That'd be interesting. Very interesting indeed. Okay, so I think I'm about to take you guys on a little adventure. To the great outdoors. To the great outside. All right. Okay.
Cameras. Doing okay. Everything's doing good. I think that I'll be able to hold itself together. Katie says I'll be in and out of the stream too. I'm better enough to do some things today. Blue Fat Crab, I remember playing Doom as well. Doom, absolute classic. I think he was talking about Doom 2016. Though that's the newer Doom. When I think of Doom, I think of early 2000s and late 90s Doom. Doom 2 was, in my opinion, the best Doom. I don't know if any of you have played Brutal Doom. That's one of my favorites, actually. The fan-made remake there. Filet Mignon says, really? Forcing blood donations? Morbid. I wouldn't put it past an army in wartime to do something like that. They need those supplies of blood, and those POWs are right there. They're right in close proximity to where those field hospitals are that will need that blood. So that's why they would be looking at using those POWs as a resource. Greg says we will hear Nemico getting arrested as his neighbors think he's creeping them. Yeah, actually, not a problem for where I'm at because there's no neighbors. Fortunately. Or unfortunately, depends on how you look at it. But got a few things that I got to get done here today, so that's why we're multitasking. I'm reading comments from the chat, at the same time getting stuff done. AC Kiev Independent has a tweet about it yesterday. There's a few articles online that mention it. However, I'm not familiar with how credible a lot of them are. I'll have to take a look into that, EC. I'll get some in-depth information on that, get to the bottom of it. Filet Mignon says, Brutal Doom and the mods. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Brutal Doom. So it's a lot of fun to play with friends, too. Johnny the Curse says, here lately I've been playing Battlefield 5 and running with rifles on Steam. I actually haven't heard of that second one. Haven't played too much Battlefield 5 either. Blue Fat Crab says, I played all of them except Doom 64 and Doom 3. Doom 64 is a reskin of the first Doom. Yeah, I haven't played Doom 64. I might have maybe played an emulator of it at one point. I don't remember. But Doom 3... I've played quite a bit of Doom 3, not all of it, but I'm still a decent chunk of it. I liked comparing Doom 3 to Doom 2016. I find that pretty fun. Sometimes it's fun to compare like 1990, like the late 90s Doom, to, like Doom on DOS to Doom 3, and then compare that to Doom 2016 to see really how far graphics have come since then. Greg Miller saying, outside the Nemico bunker in Area 51. Possibly, Greg, possibly. I gotta go out and run some repair and retrofitting on the transmission tower. Make sure that we can continue to bring you guys our live broadcasting. Just Me says, any updates on China yet? No, I haven't been doing any reporting or really even, at least myself personally, I know our community has been keeping tabs on China, but me personally, I've been mainly focusing on what's been going on in the Baltics, what's been going on in Ukraine specifically, and in Russia as well. L33 says, my first Doom was DOS Doom. Same here. Actually, one of the first games I ever played when I was young was, I believe it was Quake. Quake 2 or 3. And also DOS Doom was on that list as well. Good stuff, good times. Probably one of the golden eras. I would say not the golden era of PC gaming, but almost getting there. Battlefield 1942, yeah, definitely a beautiful game. Masterpiece, in my opinion.
Battlefield 5, not so much. I guess I haven't played enough of it to really make an accurate assessment there. Yeah, honestly, I can't wait, you know, eventually for, hopefully sooner rather than later for this war to be over. And I would really like to, you know, have a stream one night where we all get together and play some games. That'd be pretty cool. I know got 16,000 people on the Discord over there that would love to join in on a game night stream. So I think that'd be a pretty cool idea for us to do. Again, once this is all said and done, hopefully sooner rather than later. I think it'd be really cool to get together and have a few video game streams. That'd be pretty fun. I know there's quite a few of you guys in the community that have requested that, actually. So, Flaming Yon says Arma and DayZ mods had me learn this Eastern European landscape a lot and how to really handle damage. You don't hide and stay low. Yeah. Yeah, Arma definitely a good game. Arma 3. I played a little bit of Arma 2, Arma 3 mainly. I haven't played as much of it as I would like to. I'd probably like to do some more of that in the future. Haven't played. I remember playing DayZ a little bit when it came out. Haven't played much of that in recent years, but definitely, yeah, familiar with that Eastern European terrain from those games. Tarkov as well. I guess Tarkov not so much. But definitely Arma. Arma definitely shows off a lot of these Eastern European terrains and environments quite a lot. Eric says only if Mehmet can come. Oh yeah, 100%. He's VIP. He'd be at the top of the invite list for that stream. 100%. As Greg Miller says, a Ukraine victory stream. 100%. We will have a stream if that day comes. So we'll have a peacetime celebration stream. You know, basically a war is over stream. That'd be awesome. I'd love to have a stream like that at some point. Remembering those that have lost their lives, and then also kind of celebrating the fact that that it's settled now, and that we can move on. That Ukraine can move on, especially as a nation. The people there can move on and get on with their lives, and hopefully pick up the pieces where they left off. Hopefully, they can start to rebuild. They're absolutely destroyed country. Their country has been absolutely decimated by the bombs and missile strikes, etc., that have occurred there. Red Wolf says Rust or nothing. Actually, I haven't played too much Rust. I actually have not played too much Rust. I think I played a little bit of it. Maybe we'll have to add that one to the list. I think we'd probably play a few. Maybe we'd do like a different one each night. We could do something like that. Fancy Hat says, how are we having this conversation and not talk about the OG StarCraft / Brood War? Yeah, I haven't played I played quite a bit of StarCraft 2, not as much of the original StarCraft, but I love every Blizzard game, so except Overwatch, the only Blizzard game I don't really care for. Hearthstone I've played a little bit of. I don't really care for that much either, but I mean I still like it, just not as much as the rest of their franchises. As Takey Jakey says, there's a reliable correlation between good games and Eastern European locations. Stalker, Metro, Half-Life, and Arma. You know, you're 110% right, and I feel like it's almost like a marketing ploy by like U.S. game developers. That's just me, kind of, spitballing there, but I feel like, especially with Half-Life, kind of like, oh man, these Eastern European cities are so cool. Coming from an American's perspective, I feel like it was almost like marketing ploy early on. There's kind of always that pattern, good first-person shooter games had Eastern European locations. Aeronaut with an interesting piece of information here says, I work in aviation as a propulsion engineer. We received a warning today that our pilots needs to take into consideration that GPS might be knocked out and they need to be ready. Have you heard? We've heard reports, from CISA, or basically the cyber authorities here in the U.S. They've been putting out warnings over the past few weeks now of possible cyber attacks and possible attacks on infrastructure. So it's definitely in the minds. It's definitely in our field of view here. We definitely need to keep an eye on that. Fancy Hat says, really, I had a great time with Overwatch for a couple of years. See, I'm a Diablo and Warcraft OG, and so as I would refer to myself, you know what I mean. I played during that era, really early 2000s, and when Overwatch came out, it's just not my thing. I feel like quite a few people probably felt this way. Like they could have been diverting that money into focusing on the original 3 franchises that made them the company that they are today. Things like StarCraft, Warcraft, and Diablo, and instead they were basically doling all this money into Overwatch. I guess what I can say, Fancy, is that I haven't had a chance to play it. I haven't played it. I can't say that. I've played a little bit. I haven't really played it. You know what I mean? I haven't got in, sunk any time into it. Especially as I'm still trying to, finish Diablo, StarCraft, and Warcraft in my eyes. After all these years, I still haven't really played enough of those games to really consider myself, done with them. Even though I've sunk almost, like 14, 15 years into them probably at this point. Triple Seven Militia says Chernobylite is a cool single-player game made in Chernobyl. Yeah, I've heard of that, actually. I've heard of that. There's quite a few games made in the exclusion zone. Greg Miller says, I knew it. Wow, Raid Leader voice. Yeah, I feel like a few people have caught on to that in the past. It builds hell of a suite of skills when it comes to leadership and coordination. Fancy Hat says Diablo 2 Remastered looks so good. Yeah, I've been playing it with friends. In fact, fun fact, when I'm done at night with streams, I usually unwind with my kind of group of friends. We play Diablo 2 Resurrected on Switch. We play on PC mainly, but recently we all got Switches, and we've been playing on Switch as of a few months ago. I haven't had much time since the war began to keep playing though, so that's a bummer, but hopefully, again, that'll be over soon. Greg Miller says Nemico took down the Lich King single-handedly. Yeah, those were, and for me, during that era, 2008, that was the golden age. 2007 to 2008 was like the golden age of PC gaming, in my opinion. Michelle says, oh wow, look out for plane GPS to go out. That would be messed up. Yeah, that would be extremely dangerous situation. 100%. Honestly, I think that would definitely commit, a international response, a much broader international response if they attack something like GPS infrastructure. Apu, thank you so much for tuning back in. Glad to see you here. Curse says Knights of the Old Republic and Far Cry 1. Classics right there. I'm not too big into Far Cry 1, but Far Cry 2 and 3 were, in my opinion, the best Far Cry games. 2 and 3. Not so much 4 and whatever those other ones were in there. Or Far Cry, whatever the one was, you know, set in like prehistoric times. I don't know what that was called. Our anthem is playing here. All right, guys, that was our hourly Ukrainian anthem there. Again, I forgot that that was playing in the background. I couldn't hear it there for a second. Again, thank you to everybody that's tuning in today. If you haven't already, hit that like button. It's much appreciated. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. It's the best way to get notified when new streams or new videos go live here on the channel. We're here today observing Ukraine cameras and audio from Kharkiv. Again, all out of Ukraine. They are automatically refreshing every 5 minutes. Again, Jeffrey, again, sorry about that. Yeah, I forget sometimes that we have the Ukraine national anthem that plays every hour on the hour, sometimes in mid-sentence, and it starts and I don't realize it's playing. So I'm actually on a wireless microphone today. I'm kind of doing some stuff while I'm talking to you guys and answering people's comments and questions from the chat. So thank you for bearing with me. It is highly appreciated. All right. I just realized I was muted. Not sure if you guys heard what I just said, but I was replying to Johnny the Cursed, who said PlanetSide was fun. Yeah, I used to play PlanetSide 2. PlanetSide 2, at least during the first few years of its existence, when the first year or two that that game came out, PlanetSide 2 was probably still to this day the most epic video game I think I've ever played when it comes to multiplayer combat simulator. I'd really like to see a game like PlanetSide 2, but you know, set in World War II or modern combat. I think that'd be pretty cool. Absolutely an epic game, though. Funny you mentioned that. I haven't played that in quite a while. I feel like that game has kind of gone downhill over the past few years. You guys just hear an airplane on the Kharkiv audio? Saw somebody say that. Yeah, exactly what Johnny just said there. Yeah, Armor 3 kind of is the only thing that comes close to PlanetSide 2, when it comes to that. But as exactly as you said, the jank, it turns a lot of people away. It's not streamlined enough. It's not streamlined as much as PlanetSide 2 is. And even PlanetSide 2 needs a fair share of quality of life changes, even still to this day. Kush Queen says, I just loved Medal of Honor on PC when it first came out. Yeah, classic. Absolute classic right there. Heroes of Might and Magic 3, also classic. Fancy hat. Takey Jakey says, I believe the U.S. has postponed its tests so that they won't be interpreted as escalation. Russia seems to take the exact opposite approach to tests. Yeah, they have a kind of a much more aggressive posture when it comes to those things. Shane, thank you so much for tuning in today. Glad you like those designs there. Katie says, also hearing something screaming on audio. A cat? Yeah, we've heard cats on this Kharkiv audio a few times, so I wouldn't put it past it. I actually am not. I'm not hearing the audio from Kharkiv right now. Again, I'm on his. I'm on the wireless microphone right now, so that I can multitask. So, I have a few things I gotta go take care of, guys. But I'll be back a little bit later, around 7. Yeah, around 7-ish. I'll be hopping back in here to start talking to you guys, and then again, we'll be starting reports at 8 p.m. That's 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's 3 a.m. on the clock on screen. So, guys, when you see the clock on screen, says 3 a.m. That's when we're having reports. It's 3 a.m. reports Kiev time, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll probably hop in a few times in between now and then, but I got a few things I got to go take care of, and got to get this wireless microphone off of me. But again, thank you to everybody that's tuning in right now. If you haven't already, smash that like button, is the say nowadays. Smash that like button. Smash it for Ukraine, guys. And when I get back again, we'll be starting reports at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Again, thank you to every single person that's tuning in today. Quite a few people tuning in this morning. I'm actually surprised for this Friday morning. Well, actually, it's now moving into Friday afternoon. All right. Okay, I'm going to disconnect the wireless mic, and then I'll be back, guys, in a little while. So stand by. Currently watching cameras out of Ukraine, refreshing every 5 minutes. Also, standalone audio coming from Kharkiv, as they pronounce it. Been trying to get better at that Ukrainian pronunciation there, guys. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in today. Thank you to everybody that's still following along on the stream. I'm kind of in and out here today, getting some stuff done here in the background. Just kind of hanging out with you guys for a little while earlier. I'll be back on tonight again at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 3 a.m. Ukraine time for our nightly report, our Friday night report tonight, guys. So don't miss out on that. Again, that'll be 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, aka 3 a.m. Ukraine time. We'll be going from 8 p.m. Till about 10 p.m. So about an hour and a half to 2 hours. We'll be giving you guys reports tonight again here on the stream, youtube.com/Nemico Network. Share the stream if you haven't already. Hit the like button if you haven't already, and hit that subscribe button. Best way to get notifications. Also, best way to support the channel. Again, guys, thank you so much for tuning in today. Every single one of you guys, both on Twitch and YouTube. Again, we're live streaming both on Twitch and YouTube. If one of the streams goes down, you can always check the other one. Or if you're having issues on one, you can always hop over onto the other stream. To anybody that's messaging me here, I see Fancy Hat, you just sent me some PMs as well. I'll go through all of them. I got a whole backlog of messages here, guys, so don't worry. I'll get to everybody's messages here eventually. Yeah, some geolocation is going on for our Cam 1. We're trying to get a better fix on its location. Again, Fancy Hat's leading the charge on that. Thank you so much, Fancy Hat, for that. Again, thank you guys for tuning in today. To everybody, Keenan, thank you so much for tuning in. Katie, thank you so much for tuning in. Kender, thank you so much for tuning in. Sweet baby Jesus, welcome back to you as all. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Again, guys, thank you so much for following along on the stream here. We'll be back again tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3 a.m. Ukraine, so that's 3 a.m. on the clock on the screen. We'll be back for our nightly report for this Friday evening. So stay tuned, guys. And again, thank you so much for tuning in. Much appreciated. OGS Miley, Sean Q, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Andy, thank you so much for tuning in, guys. Glad to see you. Glad to see you. Hey guys, looks like the cameras are having some issues here. So let me take control here and see if I can get that figured out. So stand by for that. Oh yeah, something definitely went wrong here. Got cameras all over the place. I don't know how long it's been like this, guys. I was not here for a minute, so go ahead and I'll help get all of that taken care of. Odessa cam there. Let's get this. Yeah, that's good. Got those two refreshed. Refresh these ones for good measure. See if they're sure. I'm surprised those other ones actually have not gone offline. Thank you to everybody that's tuning in right now. Again, just trying to get these cameras updated here and situated. Looks good. This one's just really dark. Is it this one? Yeah, yeah. See, this one's running. See the timestamp there, ticking away in cam 3. This one is also running. It's just really dark. So these two cams are just really dark right now. See, there, that'll work. All right. Somebody said the sound is messed up. Lots of white noise. We're actually hearing background audio from Kharkiv, so that might actually be what you're hearing. How about now? I turned off that that desktop audio. That desktop audio is bumping. I'm bumping sound straight from Kharkiv. Okay, separate from a camera. All right, and it is a hot mic, so it does have you know, wind and all sorts of stuff. So that's what you're hearing there, coming through my desktop feed, which I can unmute now. I'll go back to that so you guys can hear the audio coming out of Kharkiv. Suze, thank you for tuning in. 777 Militia, thank you so much for tuning in. Dutch 904 Life, thank you so much for tuning in. Glad to see you, man. Glad to see you. Demented Chaos, glad to see you. Just playing with the cams. I was fixing those real quick. They kind of got discombobulated there, so I fixed all of the cams. Every single cam is live. Cam 4, don't be fooled. It's just really dark. Both cam 9 and 4 are dark, but they are live currently. Yeah, just update the cameras here. Updating the cameras, making sure audio is live, making sure everything else is live for you guys. Again, we'll be back here at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 3 a.m. When that clock says 3 a.m., which, oh god, where's the clock? Need to get that clock up and operational there. Okay, when this clock says 3 a.m., we'll be back for a report, guys, so stay tuned, and until then, stand by. All right, guys. Thank you to everybody that's tuning in right now. Aria, thank you for tuning in. To everybody that's tuning in right now, thank you guys for tuning in to the stream tonight. Sorry, I'm just getting a couple things fixed here on the stream. We're actually going to restart. Yeah, we're going to restart the stream now in preparation for tonight's report. So stand by for that, guys. We'll be back in just a few minutes. And then we'll be getting started with, again, tonight's reports for Friday, the 22nd. That's good. Again, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be right back. I'm going to be, again, restarting the stream. And